Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are we doing this morning? Great. I feel the energy and vibe, and I want to say that I appreciate your patience. Just give us 5 minutes. Our speakers are here. They're just getting ready to join us. And we're going to have an amazing discussion today. This is not yours. We're all zoomed out. This is not Zoom. Okay. We are going to do something special. Just appreciate each other and exchange. So my name is Treasure Mapanga. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the A-Trade Group. I'm also the moderator. So just give me a moment and just to say how excited I am you're here. I appreciate you. 5 minutes.
of my castle. Must be the reason why I'm free in my trap soul. Must be the reason why I'm king of my castle. Must be a reason why I'm making examples of you. Must be the reason why I'm king of my castle. Must be the reason why I'm free in my trap soul. Must be the reason why I'm king of my castle. Must be a reason why I'm making examples of you. Of you. Must be a reason why I'm king of. Must be a reason why I'm king of. Must be the reason why I'm king of my castle. Must be the reason why I'm free in my trap soul. Must be the reason why I'm king of my castle. Must be a reason why I'm making examples of you.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I know we have been waiting a little while to get started. And I want to welcome you to this session that we have organized as the AE Trade Group and our partners to basically celebrate the youth in the continent and to drive a conversation about how to make the African Continental Free Trade Area attainable, practical, but mostly driven by the energy and the creativity and the skills of young people across the continent. My name is Treasure Mapanga. I'm very honored to be with this distinguished panel that I'm going to facilitate a conversation for. Moderator is not the right word. We're going to be sharing expertise, knowledge, perspectives as Africans amongst ourselves of different generations. And I will be running the session in the following format. We will have the honor and privilege of having the representative of the Assistant Secretary General, Ahuna Eziakonwa, who is also the director for the Regional Bureau for Africa at UNDP. She is ably represented by Ms. Dr. Joy Antonia Kategekwa, who is also, I'm very proud to call a sister, who has eminent expertise working on international trade at the global level, at the regional level, at the country level, at all levels. So we really appreciate that the Secretary General has asked you to come and deliver her keynote address today. And so I would like to also recognize the eminent, you know, all the panels here have been men. Have you noticed that? So it's just amazing that we have this diversity of expert leaders, business women, women in finance and banking, and also leading institutions that support young people. I will introduce them each later. In fact, they will also introduce themselves better, because I know they have a reason, each of them personally, for being here. There is a lot going on, but they have prioritized to be with us today. So I want to thank them and thank their organizations for partnering with us and being here at the AU Youth Startup Pavilion. So let me not waste more time, but to say that I will ask for the keynote address to be delivered first. Then we will go into a conversation on the key thematic issues that we must address. We want to hear from the panelists first, but more importantly, I want to hear from you as the audience. Questions, suggestions, reflections are most welcome. So without further ado, may I ask Dr. Joy Kategekwa to please take over and deliver the address of the Assistant Secretary General. Please give her a round of applause.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Treasure, for the kind introduction. I think it's still good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure, it's an honor to be here with you today on behalf of the Assistant Secretary General, Ms. Ahuna Eziakonwa, who is the Director for the Regional Bureau for Africa. And I speak to you this morning in the capacity of representation. My name is Joy, and I'm passionate about trade. I've spent my entire career trying to strike trade deals for Africa, the latest one being the IATF2021, advising, building capacity, etc. There is something historic about what we're trying to do, and I'll tell you why. You see, it's not an accident that intra-African trade is only 15%. It's not an accident that Africa trades more with the rest of the world than with Africa. The tariff policy, the trade policy of all of the countries in Africa is structured around securing raw materials for the rest of the world. And therefore you find that with the EU, with the US, with Japan and others, you have zero tariffs on most of the products that come from Africa, either by virtue of most favored nation liberalization or indeed by general system of preferences that they give us, you know, EU, EBA and others. That strikes a consistent supply of raw materials. That also means that you're constantly stuck at only reaping that part of the value chain that is about the raw material. The infrastructure of trade in Africa is also structured around taking those raw materials out. And therefore you find it's from farm to the port, not so much about from the farm to the industry. And so the AFCFTA is truly historic in the sense that we're trying to ask this question: why must we be satisfied with getting the low end of this pie called trade? And we're doing this in a way that says, let's change this tariff structure. Because in between those zero tariffs taking us to Europe and others, a high tariff falls within intra-African trade. And so it's almost impossible, I'm Ugandan, it's almost impossible to think about Senegal as a viable market for the products coming out of Uganda, because the tariffs are high, the complexity of knowledge of what's happening over there, EDC, is just impossible to even fathom. That is not an accident, it's by design. And therefore the solutions must be by design too. And that's why the African Continental Free Trade Area is a game changer. Because when we say we're going to reduce tariffs at 90% of tariff lines on intra-African trade, we're saying we're going to be systematic about creating markets within the continent. We're going to do that not only in goods, which are the things we touch and feel, but services as well, that are the glue that keep production together. And so when we think about it from that perspective, everybody in the room here today, everybody that has taken a decision to be part of the AFCFTA journey is trying to transform Africa. But what if we succeed? What if we succeed? What shall we trade between and amongst each other? When you look at the content of intra-African trade, it's actually promising, in the sense that while Uganda sends our coffee beans to the rest of the world, when we trade within Africa, we add value and package it nicely and send it to different countries. Same story for Ghana. When they send the chocolate, the cocoa beans to the rest of the world, to Swiss, where all the good chocolates are made. When they trade within Africa, you see beautiful chocolates. In fact, the Secretariat was dishing them out at some of the events we had. It means that intra-African trade is structured around value addition. We have to capture that space of value addition. We have to capture that space of industrialization. We have to capture that space of making products where you employ more people in the continent, you add more technology on the continent, you build the brand of Made in Africa. And so success is really about positioning ourselves to make in Africa. And that is where the youth come in, because there is no way we're going to succeed at the scale we want to if we don't make youth the spine of production. What is the situation now? Two ways to look at it. When you look at the numbers, I think they say only 39% of young people on the continent know about the AFCFTA. I was looking at a survey prepared by ULEAD. The 61 say, well, we hear the press, we hear the big political statements, but we don't really know what's in there. That's one side to it. The other side is we recently concluded the Youth Connect Africa Summit that UNDP organized together with partners in the government of Ghana. And there you had 3,000 young people descend on Accra, many of them bringing their products with them. Their products, their shoes, their fabrics, their jewelry, and so on and so forth. And so it's about finding those ones who are doing something, understanding what it is that they're doing, and making a decision to vote for the new generation of capacity building, being about supporting them, not only to scale, but to deepen within value chains as well. And so what is UNDP doing? Well, first and foremost, there is one of our resident representatives here, Vesatini, so she'll tell us what's happening in country. But I think the bigger frame is, there's an instruction, a mantra, a framework, that youth must be the spine of all of our development programming. We're working with the Tony Elumelu Foundation, where we are rolling out entrepreneurship training for youth across, and the numbers are quite impressive, huge across the continent, including in crisis-type countries. The second one, of course, is Youth Connect, where you not only bring them together to engage, including with those who are making policies, but rather also to connect and showcase their products. The third and the most important is, what do you do with the muscle of UNDP present in each of the countries that have ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area? You start to do development programming around strengthening export readiness for youth. Let me conclude by saying partnerships are critical. And one of the most exciting partnerships we've just launched is with AE Trade, where we're working with AE Trade to onboard youth enterprises onto Sokoku And as you know, Sokoku is our big African market digital space. And so visibility, leveraging that space to be known, to be seen is critical. But of course, what follows that is the question of showcasing and being able to deliver high quality made in Africa products. The AFCFTA will not succeed without the young people. And us who work in development practice have a bigger responsibility now to ensure that this is the agreement we did not spectate at, but rather consumed through purchasing the Made in Africa products. Thank you very much.
Wow. We thank you for that inspirational message, and I want to say that I learned about so many things in your short intervention, even though I've also felt I've been on this journey. I think one is the shift towards not making the youth an afterthought, but the center of the strategic thinking, the design, the reimagining, the execution of this new African market. I think this is an exciting opportunity, and I would want to thank UNDP for the excellent work that's being done, especially at the country level, because that's where it all matters. And we are all of us are living in a country, right? We are global citizens. We care about the world. We have the aspirations of SDGs. We have our own agenda, Agenda 2063, that drives the Africa we want. But at the end of the day, partnerships are what matters. And the youth here today will give us their thoughts and reflections, based on what you have said. So I want to move now into the conversation with my sisters sitting here. And I want to invite them actually to each individually just introduce themselves. They are here, as I said, coming with very interesting perspectives, diverse and insights, and I want us to appreciate that they have basically taken time to come and share some thoughts with us in Malawi, where the secretariat is of the, and I see Ms. Ruth here, the CEO of COMFWEB. COMFWEB must become a household name. If you don't know what COMFWEB is, you don't know where women are driving the continent agenda. And so I want to do a shout out for them, because actually I'm just looking that they're, when we talk about youth, we often then, somehow naturally talk about women. Have you noticed? Then the connection. So I want to thank and welcome you, Ms. Banda, for being here with us, and want to also give you maybe just say a few words about why you feel this is important. What does COMFWEB do? And then I'll move on to the next two speakers, get them to introduce themselves, and then we'll have a conversation. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm so delighted to be among the youth and the women of Africa. I'm coming from the COMESA Federation of Business Women as the chapter chair for Malawi. And COMESA is in 21 countries, working with women businesses, really to see that the policies that are in the countries and facilitation of trade, but not only women, but we are also looking at young women, intergenerational uplifting of economic businesses that women are facilitating. I'm also working in the gender sector in Malawi, making sure that the country has policies that support women to be able to reach the best that they can be, to also participate in the development agenda of the country. And finally, I'm with the Labor Migration Committee of the Africa Union, where our interest is about free movement of people.
On and ask Ms. Oluranti Doherty from Africa Export-Import Bank, which is one of the eminent partners of the IATF. And we want to thank you. We understand that your responsibility is to lead export development, and we want to also hear.
Very honored. I am Olungot Duatsi, and I'm the director for export development at Afro-Exim Bank. And in my role, I oversee the bank's interventions in support of agro-processing, youth development, SME development, ensuring that we can move our member countries from raw commodities exports to value-added exports, which also speaks to the objective of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, trying to build the Africa that we all want by 2063. So it's a pleasure to be here today, and I look forward to very interesting conversations. Although I would put a caveat that I may not be able to be here throughout the program because of other commitments, but I'm delighted to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Give her a warm welcome. And Ms. Palesa Lebenya is one of our hosts coming from KwaZulu-Natal, where we are. And we are also very excited to have a leader of the youth. She's the secretary for the South African Youth Council. And in KZN, am I correct? Please introduce yourself further and tell us what your organization does and how you connect with this space that we are in today. Thank you.
What an honor to be here. What an honor to be amongst these beautiful ladies with me here today. As introduced, yes, I am Palesa Lebenya. I am the secretary of the South African Youth Council in KwaZulu-Natal. Basically, our space, we advocate for youth inclusivity in all sectors. We work very closely with provincial government in this province to try and ensure that we accelerate youth development through accessibility to project programs and any other material and infrastructure that is there available that needs to be tapped into. I'm very passionate about youth development. I serve in a couple of youth structures and also quite, if I may say so myself, I'm also a gender activist. So I'm very happy to be amongst this panel because it's quite exciting to be amongst beautiful, intelligent, leaders in such a space that is mostly dominated by senior males. So thank you so much for having me in the panel.
Thank you for your remarks. I think let's give a round of applause for the youth and also for the women, the activists. And so today what I'd like us to do is to just go to the essence of what we think is important to share today, not because it is not known, but because we want to catalyze something. I'm happy that when we had the opening remarks, we understand that there are global frameworks, there are strategic initiatives that are being rolled out. At the African Union also, the AFCFTA, as we have heard, is not a mistake. It's a designed initiative. But for it to work, we need to understand who is it for, and in this conversation, we want to learn more about how the youth can harness the opportunities in the AFCFTA to drive the exports, the boosting of intra-African trade that we've heard about. So I'd like to start and turn to you, Ms. Olu, because you're going to leave us, and I don't want you to leave without sharing with us. What are the top two challenges and issues that you are working on addressing with the youth in terms of the agenda of ensuring that youth are really the center of the AFCFTA implementation?
Just to give an explanation, the bank is a bank that was set up to promote intra and extra-African trade, and intra-African trade had been a major key pillar of the bank since inception. And we had initially been supporting corporates across the continent, providing them with financing to be able to move from raw commodities exports to value addition. But we've noticed along the years that most of our interventions have gone through to corporates, but very little to small, medium-scale enterprises, where predominantly you find women and youth-owned organizations. So this was a key challenge for us as a DFI. We had to question ourselves: how do we make an impact? How can we, reach, the youths and the women-owned business who are majorly within that space and would be able to contribute to, achieving the objectives of the AFCFTA. So one of the key things we did internally within our organization was to come up with an SME development program that would actively focus on youth and women-owned businesses, and would also focus on these businesses that are already engaged either formally or informally in cross-border trade and services. So my unit was saddled with the responsibility of developing this program and working with key partners to ensure that we get it approved internally, get stakeholder buy-in, and implement as the AFCFTA was being rolled out. And I'm happy to let you know that we got the approvals to move on with the program this year.
Congratulations.
And the program would involve financial and non-financial interventions to support SMEs. And under the financial interventions, we decided to do something very different this time around. We've always lent through banks across the continent, but we've predominantly focused on commercial banks. One of the key things we learned from that experience was that most times when we give lines to commercial banks and say, look, get it down to the SMEs, most times it gets stuck in either the mid or high corporate tiers and not reaching down to those we really wanted to go down to. So we decided to take a different approach under the SME development program by broadening our intermediaries to ensure that we are not focusing strictly on commercial banks. We will be focusing on institutions that also on lend to SMEs, but are not your run-of-the-mill commercial banks, So those are the things we've done. We've broadened our intermediaries under the financing space. Another thing we've done is to bring in non-financial interventions, which we never did initially. So we are coming up with an SME incubation program that will be having cohorts of SMEs, and youth-owned businesses and women-owned businesses within the agro value chain, within the creative sector, and who are already involved in some form of cross-border trade already, to help them scale up their activities and turn into mid-sized corporates or large corporates working across the continent in the future. So we have a whole range of programs that cut across the incubation, the advisory services, the technical and capacity building, and we'll be working with intermediaries across in delivering on these objectives. So those are the challenges we noted, and these are some of the initiatives that we've come up with, in addition to our run-of-the-mill financing that we give already that cuts across trade and project financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very exciting thing for us to learn, and I'm sure that as you speak, people are asking themselves questions. What exactly does this mean for me? In the audience, I can feel that question. It sounds very exciting. There's a strategy, there's a good intention, but when it comes down to the practice, when you say you're looking for intermediaries, if I want to apply and be one of your intermediaries, what would it take? What are you looking for? Could anyone in the audience who, I don't know, Women's Bank, an institution, that is in the financing space, what kind of criteria do you have to look at possible partners?
Thank you. So one of the key things we are looking at is that, for us to determine who would be an intermediary, there must be an institution that has already been involved within the SMEs, within lending to youth and women-owned SMEs. They must have a track record of having done this consistently for over a 5-year period. They must be able to share with us, a proof and of what they've done, and they must be able to share with us also the SMEs that have benefited from their interventions. And we will also be looking at some of their financials to see how they've been able to, what has gone on in their, when they lend to these SMEs, the ability to get repaid and, so basic things that I would not want to share here, but I would be willing, or my colleague Jerry, who is sitting in the audience also, will be willing to share with some of you if you were to approach us. But basically, it's to look at your track record for at least a period of 5 years in, assisting and financing women and youth-led businesses.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to turn to you, Ms. Banda, and ask you to share with us what you think are the critical things that need to be addressed. We're talking about youth harnessing the AFCFTA space, and you have mentioned that you're advocating for women, you're advocating for youth. What are the practical things that need to be done to dismantle the barriers that they face?
Thank you very much. We believe that it is time to change the narrative. What we see in the agreement is a mere reference to gender issues, but what we don't see are clear indicators about what is going to be done in terms of support for women. When we talk about financial inclusion, like what my sister has just been talking about, in order for us to start seeing the achievement of the 3.4 billion trade that we're talking about, what amount of support is going to go to women for them to grow their businesses. So we see that we need now to start seeing a gender and youth, a women and youth defined protocol that talks about clear indicators in terms of the businesses that women are mostly involved in. We know that Africa is a big agroeconomy, and that's where 70% of women are supporting these businesses, mostly in providing labor. And we know when that happens, there's a lot of misleading information in terms of data that is fed into our systems for policy making. And therefore, a lot of women's work is unaccounted for. For example, the care work that they do. So these pre-existing gender inequalities are issues that are very silent in the agreement. And unless that is also being discussed, we are going to have an agreement that talks about results that may not be achievable because we are not addressing the underlying issues. The second thing that I think is important is the issue of regional economic blocks. We know that these have been there before the AFCFTA. They are doing a lot of good work, and we want to start looking at what are the things that are in in regional blocks. For example, the simplified trade regime. We have been talking in this trade fair about the coming Africa simplified trade regime. But it's the women, it's the youth that are already going across the borders of Africa that are experiencing a lot of challenges. What are their challenges? For example, at the moment, a few of our colleagues were not able to attend this fair because of issues of e-visas. How is Africa going to trade with itself when there is no facilitation of movement? And we seriously have to start talking about these issues. And it is us as Africans that have to start holding our governments to account in terms of ratification of these protocols. Only 4 countries out of the 55 have ratified the free movement protocol. And therefore, there's lack of seriousness when we sit here, spend a week talking about trade when we have not ratified a key protocol that will make this trade possible. And this is key for women because unless borders become accessible, unless we start talking seriously about this huge COVID fee requirement, testing within a week 4 times because we have had to travel in several countries, again, talking to how Africa is accessible. For me to come to South Africa, coming from West Africa, I probably have to go to Europe and then come to Africa. So these are issues that really need urgent, serious discussion. And I want to challenge the youth that this is about you. You are the future. The people who are talking about 2063 are not going to be there. And it's time that you who will benefit from what we are talking about start seriously taking interest, engaging, participating, be in the discussion, and refuse to only be called a demographic dividend without really being engaged for you to participate, for you to contribute to the future, the Africa that we want. Thank you.
Wow. That was so much wisdom and knowledge packed into your intervention. I can't wait to hear the reactions from the audience. But I want to hear the youth perspective. You're sitting here in KZN in South Africa, and you're looking at the AFCFTA. What are the opportunities you see for getting the youth engaged in this continental framework? What does it mean for you and for the youth in South Africa? Please share with us your thoughts.
Thank you. I think, when the trade area previously was not very focused on youth. And with this new intervention coming through, it's really interesting to see how young persons are going to be able to benefit from these new developments. Previously, obviously, that's why you'd find that young women and youth would trade informally throughout Africa without going through any formal trading channels, because there's obviously a lot of red tape. There's obviously a lot of policy that needs to be attended to. I think, as Ms. Joy said, that there's a lot of policy that needs to be attended to ensure that we can freely move, we can freely trade, and we can freely share whatever resources, skills, services, products that we create in our own countries. So for me, this is really something great, but it mustn't just be a matter of, discussions going through. It mustn't be a matter of policy being changed, but it must also be a matter of allowing young people, opening up spaces for young people to be able to access those changes that policy is speaking into. Because most of the time you have beautiful documents that speak about all sorts of great things that young people can attend to or can access, but there is never enough resource. There's never enough training, there's never enough mentorship, there's never really enough investment into those young people to making sure that they can actually succeed in those spaces that are created for them. So my plea would be to make sure that besides the resources that we're going to be resources that young people can access. Most importantly, why a lot of businesses fail is because there isn't enough mentorship. With the population of Africa, for instance, being majority young people below the ages of 35, it means that we need to get people who have expertise to start pouring that expertise into young people at a very young age. Take China, for instance. Their kids are trained from a young age how to work with their hands, how to produce certain gadgets, how to do coding, how to do all those things. So these are the practices that I feel as Africans we need to be poured into our education system, to be poured into our developmental sectors, so that when we do eventually take up space in those areas, we are able to execute without failure.
Wow. That's really, really excellent. I think this is where I'd like to actually draw inspiration from the youth themselves in the audience. We're talking, yes, I already see somebody putting up their hand. Can somebody help with a microphone to get to the audience and give us the opportunity to really engage? What are your thoughts about this conversation? Please, I'd like to get a few speakers intervening from the floor based on what is inspiring them about this AFCFTA opportunity and the challenges that have been raised. Are they the real challenges for you, or do you see something else? But most importantly, what are the solutions that you are actually driving for? So please, is there somebody who's going to help with the microphone, please? Thank you. And please introduce yourself first so we know who you are.
Niaje, that is hi in Swahili. Tom from Kenya. I do more of artificial intelligence. And I wanted to talk to you about the same. I wanted to ask, how are you planning to embrace new technologies in trade like AI, blockchain, cryptocurrencies within Africa? Because maybe internalize on that question as I give my remarks about what you talked about. Because in Africa we are often left behind, and that is what happened maybe with tea, coffee. They were able to set up good production in the US and so on. And here is cryptocurrencies. Here is AI technology. Here is blockchain. What do you plan to do? Or do you want us to repeat the same thing? They come, take over the African market, then say, oh, they took over. We need to share in that. And if one of the richest peoples in the world are participating in that, Elon Musk, we're inclined to give them at least the benefit of doubt in crypto, in blockchain, in AI. So I would challenge. So we need to think about that as well.
Thank you, thank you. This is a very, very interesting and poignant point. Are we looking at positioning ourselves deliberately in the rest of the world? And I can say that certainly for the AE Trade Group, I'm looking at my CEO and chairman there. He's not going to speak now because I want to give you the floor, but later on, please do come in and give some comments about what this business leader from Kenya has just shared with us, a concern. Is that concern shared also by the panelists? We will come back and ask them. Is there anybody else who wants to come in with a question or an observation about what are the critical issues that we must address to make sure we take advantage of the AFCFTA? Anybody else? Yes, please. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Rachizo Monrisi. I'm originally Zimbabwean, but I'm based in Botswana. I would like to know, with the AFCTFA trade agreement, are you guys also looking at the immigration aspect of free movement? Because I'm Zimbabwean, and I know within SADC we can freely move without really having to deal with the issues of visas and permits and the like. I know now when I would like to move to West Africa or East Africa, I'm a well-traveled person, so I have a good visa history, so it's usually not difficult. But I see it when I'm now trying to deal with new business partners and the like, it's a struggle for me to try ship maybe goods from Nigeria to come down to, let's say, Zimbabwe or SADC. There's a push with, it's either customs or with immigration. If I want to travel there and take it myself, I'm still going to deal with not just the customs issue or the tax issue, it's the immigration issue. So I know everyone's focusing on the customs and tax and just free movement of our goods. Are we also looking at free movement of our people? Because now we are becoming a more networked industry as it is, but we always then worry about my products can move, but me, myself, I can't move. So are we also considering that part of the agreement? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very key question. And I'm really glad that we have here Dr. Joy, who knows the agreement inside out. She was one of the architects. So I'd like you to perhaps just comment on these questions of, first of all, the technology aspects. I'd like to hear your thoughts, but most importantly, how is the agreement actually going to make sure that it facilitates the expectations the youth have of today? Please.
Treasure, and thank you for these very interesting questions. Let's start with the movement question. The AFCFTA is like a house with 3 pillars at this point in time. One of the pillars is about trade in goods, the second pillar is about trade in services, and the third pillar is about resolution of disputes should you have a problem. Now, there will be additional pillars in terms of competition, intellectual property, investment, but for now the house has 3 legs, 3 pillars. The pillar of trade in services is precisely where your point comes in, because there we're trying to create opportunities for preferential treatment for services and services suppliers from countries that have ratified the agreement. And when you're exporting services, you do it in 4 ways, one of which is about the presence of natural persons, i.e., you are from Zimbabwe, you are exporting your services to Nigeria, as you said. The agreement envisages preferential treatment in terms of your ability to access Nigeria, should Nigeria have made a commitment in the sector in which you're talking about. And so movement of natural persons for purposes of services provision is a critical part of the services protocol. In this context, we're looking at categories of natural persons that include business visitors. You might just be going to explore what is in Nigeria, let me see for myself. You might be an independent professional, which means you've sat there, you've gotten a deal, you're going to Nigeria to execute. You might be an intra-corporate transfer, which means you're working with a company in South Africa that has a base in Nigeria and you're going there as part of the intra-company movement. Or you might be a contractual service supplier, which means you're linked to a company, but you've gotten a contract there. It doesn't have presence there, but you're going to supply your services anyway. It's a small part of movement because it's also linked in a sense to those with certain categories of skills. And yet most of our people would be sort of in that space where you might not necessarily craft them as intracorporate transfers or etc. And so we have to move more in terms of widening and democratizing the space in which people can move. This is where the protocol on free movement that the lady spoke about at the beginning is important. It's not part of the African Continental Free Trade Area, but it is richer in content because what it does effectively is to create a rights-based approach to movement. I have a right to move, to establish, to reside. You spoke about SADC. I come from East Africa. We have a similar arrangement in East Africa where I hold, as a Ugandan, an East African passport. It means I can go to Tanzania, I can go to Kenya, I can go to Rwanda, I can enter, reside, establish, etc. This is why the protocol on free movement has to be ratified with so much force, I think, because it is the people ultimately that will get the goods and the services moving. Now, the gentleman on AI spoke about many things which I found fascinating until he said, but Africa, nothing. I'd like to challenge you a bit on that one. I think Africa can lead the fourth industrial revolution, demonstrated through mobile financial services. You come from Kenya, you know M-Pesa, and how it has revolutionized the entire world in terms of the capacity of those who were previously unbanked, you know, to get a mobile wallet and be able to do many things. There's a fascinating lady from Zimbabwe, Natalie Jabangwe, who used to run EcoCash, and she tells a powerful story about how about 90% of women in Zimbabwe now are banked through their phone. How do we utilize those spaces to create new ways of assessing credit worthiness to access finance, for example? The COVID-19 situation also demonstrated something interesting about how Africa can innovate through AI. Supply chains are broken, nothing is coming from outside of the continent. We are on our own at that point in time. But you started to see these Ethiopian young people using 3D printing to create shields that can protect them from the virus and so on and so forth. There are many building structures these days that are also off bases of 3D printing, etc., etc. It means we need to have a new type of confidence where we say Africa can, because Africa is indeed doing something. Now, you would know the details more in terms of the specificities of crypto and all of those things. But I think that this is the opportunity, this is the industrial revolution that we have to lead as Africa. And part of leading it is in the mind, I think, to believe that we are capable. I'd like to say something about women in trade. UNDP and UN Women and the Secretariat of the AFCFTA have been going around African countries that have ratified the agreement, asking the question, what do you want out of a women protocol on trade? The lady was very eloquent when she spoke about the fact that so far the women are not truly there in the nervous system of the AFCFTA. And so these consultations that have taken place in 24 countries are revealing precisely what needs to be corrected. Financing, information, trade facilitation, standards, etc., etc. That gives you a package of what capacity building should look like concretely. And these are some of the areas we want to work on going forward. Finally, I think I'd like to make this point around, in order to utilize the AFCFTA, we have to understand what's in there concretely, beyond the headlines. We've all spoken about, you know, here we are in Durban talking about intra-African trade, but we have to unpack the bowl, look inside and see concretely what's in there. Let me tell you what's in there, because at UNDP we've done the research. Value chains are the entry point of how it is that the AFCFTA can make a difference. This means that after the treaty and the three-legged house I spoke about, countries that have ratified are exchanging offers, i.e. me, Uganda, I will give you Zimbabwe XYZ treatment because of the AFCFTA. When you analyze that treatment, you get to see what the emerging scope of intra-African trade, preferential trade will be in areas like automotives, leather and leather products, cocoa, soya, textiles and clothing, pharmaceuticals, cultural services, financial services, etc. There are more, but I think the bottom line and the key message is that we have to leave the top line and get into the thick of understanding what is concretely on offer, because that helps you as young people to make the decision to invest. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, the granular detail, I think, is where we need to go next. And I also want to draw inspiration from what you've said about regional value chains and sectors. I know we have here in Durban a number of entrepreneurs that have come from across the continent. They are here promoting their products and services and ideas, innovation, very key. So I'd like to ask this question. To what extent are we going into the mechanisms, the instruments that will make this work? I don't know if any of my other, two panelists here, distinguished panelists, want to talk about to what extent do you have a sense in South Africa, for example, how much sensitization has happened on the AFCFTA? And what are the young people really calling for? Is there more that needs to be done there? Or do you think that a lot of the information is already available online and they've moved further? They are now looking at manufacturing specific products and plugging into regional value chains. In other words, is a trade fair like this useful? I mean, and what purpose does it serve? At what stage do you think the engagement is when it comes around entrepreneurs taking advantage of the AFCFTA? Please, Palesa.
Actually, I was quite impressed about the presence of young entrepreneurs from majority. I would say the majority that I interacted with, they're actually from other African countries besides South Africa, which then means that in those countries, the chain of information seems to be going in the right direction. For us as South Africans, the few that are here, they come from urban areas. The few that are here, they come from, they already, it's either they're government sponsored, government funded, the ones that I've interacted with. So that's one thing I noticed. It's the fact that we didn't go far and beyond to try and reach to get a good reach of young people to come and sell and display and exhibit their products and resources that they're trying to sell. But it was mostly people that are already in the database. So, which for me means that we actually have a whole lot of work to do. We need to go out into rural areas where there isn't such a good access of technology, where some of us might take having data on your phone and accessing the World Wide Web as an everyday thing because we live on our phones. But they're actually people who go in once a month to go and check something because it is an essential at that stage. But so they would have probably missed this advert to say that register for this particular conference. So yes, it is great to see that there are young people here, but I don't think they represent the majority of young people doing businesses in all regions of South Africa. So I think that there is a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of communicating those things and creating spaces where there's easy access to information, and also creating channels for technology. We still, in our urban areas, there's great access to technology, but if you move to rural areas, you have network problems where your phone will buffer for an hour to try and download a small document. So there is a lot of work. So we need to really have investments into infrastructure, into technological infrastructure more importantly, so that there is greater access. And I'm sure probably the same will happen, the same would apply to some African countries that have come with their products here. You might find that the ones that are exhibiting are the ones that in the mainstream cities where they have access and they have that kind of information. So it's widely, I think it's a widely needed investment that needs to be put in to ensure that communication and information is easily accessed.
Thank you. And I see my neighbor here nodding because we were very proud, for example, to launch Sokoku with the women in the 21 countries of COMFWEB. And I think they say, you know, we are advocating for grassroots digital inclusion, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. What is the kind of landscape of work that we need to do to really bring many, many more women into the platform? Because the excitement is there and the willingness is there to be part of this marketplace. I was very happy, by the way, to hear you, Joy, speaking about Sokoku as the premier place where we should be doing business in Africa. Because that's what, you know, it is about building something at a scale that represents us as Made in Africa. There are certainly a lot of e-commerce initiatives, but what is different, I think, is we're trying to work is precisely on what you said, Palesa, that inclusion dimension. The AFCFTA, if it's exclusive, won't work. But for the women and the youth in your constituency, what do you think are the key things that we must do to take advantage of this opportunity?
Very exciting because this really makes it practical when we think about intra-Africa trade, the actual enabling environment, the how to effect payment systems. So for us, we have received it with so much excitement. The issue is about when we talk inclusion, we really need to domesticate issues. Fortunately, I've been part of this UNDP, UN Women consultations. And, you know, things about language, things about how the agreement itself is written. It really is not for the micro, small and medium enterprise woman in the grassroots. So we need documents that can really be simplified, that can start looking at it in chunks to make sure that when we are talking of value chains, we take one value chain, we take that group of women, and they get the training, they get the necessary information, and they're taken through the steps to really get them to a point where they understand how to participate in the AFCFTA. So in terms of the financial payment, the e-commerce platform, when we were trained about it, or when it was launched among the COMESA countries, we found that this is already something we can work with because we trade between the blocks. We have got 5 blocks within the 21 countries, and each block has got intra-trade on its own. So that is a building block where we can just see things happening in a more large volume, because as we talk, that's what AFCFTA is about. But what we want to do is build from where we are, what we know, what we have, and start seeing how can this be done in the region in a way that it works for the youth, it works for women, and then the whole of Africa is going to benefit.
Thank you. I would like to just appreciate the fact that we had 2 interventions earlier, and I want to come back because we're going to be wrapping up our conversation soon. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to share their thoughts about what this means for them, and what is it that we really need to push in terms of that last mile of making sure that we go beyond knowing the challenges, articulating them well, looking at solutions and scaling up, because that's what everybody on the panel is talking about. I'm looking at my sister here. Do you want to say something? Please go ahead. You have the floor. Please bring a mic. We want to, I'm just reacting to the body language. If anyone else wants to speak, please just indicate. And yes, you will come next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah.
Thank you, my sister Treasure. This is quite an opportunity for us to come together because it seems as if we're all doing something on our side, because life and survival has really brought this platform to be utilized. So I think FCFTA is coming on time, but it's been happening all along. And then when COVID came, it took like a fast-forward stage in which people start saying, oh, we cannot bring anything in, our borders are locked in. So they looked within what's existing within our communities. Women rose up a lot of new value chains came. Uber Eats was just in the US, and now Uber Eats is all over, informal. So how do we formalize it? Where are we? Because unless the governments are involved, unless the communities are involved in an organized manner, we don't know who's doing what. We're not going to go forward. So I think FCFTA, for it to really work and move forward, the organizing and formalizing is important. Our women on the ground are ready. The youth are ready. Where are the governments? Where they centralize us and lead us? Because the policy is with them. And our sister Barbara has said the right thing, because yes, the FCFTA is there, but if it's not simplified, it doesn't make sense. Can I apply that to every policy in our member states? Because every country has its own rules, regulations. How do we harmonize? But the people are doing the same thing. We're eating the same food. In COMESA, we have 5 sub-regions. In each sub-region, we share cultures across our borders. We share our tradition, our foods, or everything we share across that border. And then as we are coming through, what is happening is exactly the same. So why can't we harmonize our policies right across? So the conversations with the UN Women and other partners come through, or UNDP comes through. We have UN Women and UNDP in every member state. So then where is their role to unify us? I really would like to use the U and UN to unify us, because sometimes I feel they're competing against each other. We come as COMESA, we're like, oh, wait a minute, all right, let's leave all of them alone, do our own thing. Then we become more disfranchised. So where is the unity where we help our governments? We're not going to be burdened. We are implementers, therefore can we unify and actually lead the efforts to helping them implement? Because on the ground we're visible. So come tap into us, guide us, lead us, and we follow. And then you see the implementation is natural. It's there. And the youth that is coming with our brother here with the artificial intelligence, it's not just artificial, even the real intelligence is there. Africans are brilliant. They know they have solutions for their own problems. The youth are coming with a lot of creative ideas because of access to information is now on tip of their finger. They're as powerful as anyone can come from the world. So what grounds are there that we're allowing for them to come with those solutions and utilize it? And then we create a value chain through them. So all the finances, everything is there. We're not poor. We are very rich. We just don't know how to link with each other. So that linking aspect is what's missing. And if we work on that, unified, we could really do so much and go so much further, but we have to know where and how. So we need a leader, we need a manager, and then we need someone to really guide this conversation. Thank you for the chance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have 2 more hands. There's a gentleman there and there's a lady there. You're going to have the last word just because of time, and then I'm going to basically summarize the discussions points that we have heard and look at the next steps. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Ardunya. I'm from Ethiopia. Highly Wako Integrated Farm, co-founder of Highly Wako Integrated Farm. And thank you for the opportunity. And what I want to say is, I think the responsibilities are expected from every stakeholders in ACFTA. One is the government, especially with regard to the conflict and dispute resolution within the country and among countries. We have border conflict here and there in Africa, and we have, civil wars. So those conditions should be solved, I think, to realize ACFTA in 2 places. And the other thing is about the infrastructure that has to be in place. We have to be connected to, one country has to be connected with the other via train or via roads and via electricity and so on. So this is also one aspect of the homework that AU and other partners should work. And the other one is we as a youth and other women and other African citizens should play their role, I think. That is, for instance, if I didn't secure, for instance, the export license, I have to secure that. Because to trade with other country, unless I have that license, I can't do anything. So that is the preconditions and the homework of every citizen to get connected. The other one is maybe the finance. Finance is also another challenge of the youth. especially in terms of, for instance, these SMEs, including my company, we have in limit of the finance. So we have to have create, the enabling environment with other stakeholders, investors, like VCs, so that to have a deal with and to get, work together in joint venture. So that is my thought behind this, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My sister here. There's a speaker right there. Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm from the university here in South Africa, Durban University of Technology. Thank you so much for sharing such an insightful and informative kind of coordinated approach on how best there is this trending, especially here in Africa, trending kind of approach to transform universities into being entrepreneurial. The universities have kind of like the university. Not sure.
Please, can you help her with taking? Yeah.
Yes, the universities have started the processes aggressively into transforming into being entrepreneurial and going all out in their research and innovation into applicable models in entrepreneurship, reviewing even the entrepreneurship curriculum into being more applicable. But as we go out with this scientific, also proven model, you still find that there is still a bottleneck in terms of breaking through to the real industries, to the real businesses. We've gone through quite a number of processes. We've done everything that is being asked, and also we've experienced what our small businesses are facing now as the universities. There are approaches or industries that we said, let's go under the umbrella of the universities. And we experienced ourselves that if we as a university or as universities are challenged like this, how much more are the small businesses? So I want to propose that it would be nice if we can have a kind of like more coordinated approach, because there's so much happening on the ground. People are trying, our young people are trying, but apparently when you look at what's happening strategically, the coordination of approaches into really having a relationship with what's happening, it looks like there's a detach between the reality on the ground and what's happening strategically or politically, because there's just so much. We go out with these entrepreneurs, we travel with them from Africa to other countries. We face this. We have to protect our small businesses, but even ourselves, we find ourselves challenged. So I'm just, I heard the lady saying that we must use what's within our means, which was one of the approaches that we've applied as the universities, using what's within, what's accessible to us. But you do all of the applicable and practical approaches, but you still find when it comes to now the real happening of businesses, of bigger projects, that there is still this bottleneck, which I believe could be solved by the government, especially with the agreements also. How applicable are the agreements that we have on each other? And there are issues each other, but how feasible is to take a plane to Zimbabwe? It's more expensive than going to the UK. Such things. How can we have kind of more coordinated and consistent approach that is out there known, so that we take it down to our young people who have this resource? We have these thousands of these young universities. My university alone has over 38,000 students. So we have access to these young people. We need to share this information, but it's not there. So that was just my 2 cents comments.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You've spoken to us from your heart. You know, a lot of things go through our minds, but I want to just say that listening to the conversation amongst this distinguished panel and some of the points that you have raised, what is fascinating is that we often have government officials on these podiums talking to each other. And now that we haven't brought them here, we still need them. I think leadership matters, and I think the role of that global strategy and frameworks that guide everybody is important. But I'm also very much inspired by what was said. I think one of the young entrepreneurs talked about taking responsibility. Each and every one of us, whichever institution you come from, I think it is time to stop pointing that one finger at someone else, but look at the three that are pointing to you. What can we do today to see how we can learn more about the AFCFTA, challenge our officials to demystify and make it simple for us to understand what it is, and also what it is not. Because one of the observations that I think comes through in today's discussion is work in isolation, but it's that coordination between these various parts that is key. But I think what has also come out in the conversation is the coherence in terms of the different levels. The continent is vast and diverse. We have that national level and community level interface that we deal with. We have the regional bodies. You talked about the building blocks of the AFCFTA. You know, we wonder whether that is really moving as smoothly as it could, but I think that is an opportunity as well in terms of alignment to go further and faster. And then of course the continental level, supported by global partners like UNDP and others in terms of implementation. So there are so many points that have been raised about what is important. I have heard very interesting points about the, the skills aspect, the infrastructure, the inclusion, financial and digital inclusion that is important. But for me, what I take away is really two important points. One is that, I think it was Joy who said, we need to change our mindsets. We need to challenge ourselves as Africans to say, are we enough? You know, do we lack anything? What are we lacking? Because we often don't have enough information shared amongst each other to even appreciate that some of the eminent research and knowledge and thinking is coming from within this continent. But because it's packaged in the media as coming from elsewhere, we consume that idea and we don't feel empowered enough. So I think changing the mindsets of our societies and different partners like the media and institutions that have power to influence are extremely, extremely important. But the other is building trust. You know, trust is what makes trade work. If you don't trust each other, we won't work. So it is those instruments and those mechanisms, but also that understanding that at the core of it all, we are in it together. There is no one that's going to succeed alone. No one country, no matter how big or powerful, is going to move this continent forward. This notion of, individual silos, that we build. They may serve somebody's agenda, but they don't serve the African agenda. So I want to thank you for bringing these points out, but also to inspire us that we're making progress. Made in Africa is not an idea anymore. We have examples. We just need to scale up. But we also need to promote and celebrate what we are doing. And that's what Sokuku is also about. I've been privileged, I think somebody else spoke from Botswana, they've been privileged to visit different countries on the continent. If you haven't had that opportunity, how would you know what the beautiful things that are produced everywhere? And they are literally everywhere. Yeah. And sometimes it takes a sister or a brother from another country to make you appreciate what is in your own country. that you don't appreciate. You don't know. And so I think this asymmetry of information and sharing is what technology can really help to disband. So I want to thank the distinguished panelists for their time today to share these insights and thoughts. And I want to encourage us to all continue to work together. The exciting thing is we have programs and initiatives that have already been launched. What we were discussing with ComFweb, we are already working on it. There is a vehicle that is moving. With UNDP, the same. And I want to encourage you, my sister, don't be despondent that maybe not enough conversation is happening about the AFCFTA. You today have started that conversation. You are catalyzing it. And how can we go further to bring more people into it? So let me stop before, we run even more out of time, but just to thank you for your participation today and also appreciate that at the end of the day, it's all about action. I think that's why the AU Trade Group has been working in partnership with other stakeholders to curate the space, which is really going to put a spotlight on the youth and what youth are doing and what youth can do more if we just support them. So thank you very much, everybody. Wishing you a good day.
My baby, are you ready to create something new? I don't want it to be all the same.
So I'll just...
Oh, okay. I think we've started.
I have to point. Oops.
Sorry?
Yes.
Oh.
You're hot.
Okay.
Hello, welcome. We appreciate those of you who are here in person and those of you attending this virtually. Welcome as well. Many of you may be watching this after the fact, and we greet you there as well. We wanted to say hello, and my colleague here, let me make sure I give her introduction. Swaletu Mapanga from Girl You Can Code from Switzerland, Swaziland, is here with me. We're going to have a conversation about technology. So the way we're going to go through is she would introduce herself, and then I'll introduce myself. We do a little bit of presentation about the technology, and then she will talk about the technology, and then we continue a conversation. We'll invite you to ask questions, and we'll go through that. With that, I want to pass it to you to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd love to say humble greetings to everyone. My name is Sizoleti Mapanga. Thank you, sir, for the introduction. I am a young lady that was well introduced into technology, more of the IA technology, more of blockchain technology, and so on. And this was done by the United Nations Women under African Girls Can Coding Initiative. The initiative that literally introduced me to understanding what does it mean to actually code, but not just as anyone, but as a woman. So through that initiative, I was able to learn the key elements as a woman to be able to code for Africa, more especially my homeland, which is Africa, because Africa, I wouldn't say it's behind, but it's still learning on different techniques on how to achieve the technology world, because apparently the fourth industrial revolution is taking Africa by storm. So as a young person, I was introduced into coding by the African Girls Coding Initiative. Not only that, I took it back home. I started my own business that has to do with software development. Yes, it may not be registered yet, but the whole idea was that a young woman starts up something that can make a difference. It's not big, but it is touching bases that can actually bring the world to a greater level. And I believe that through technology we can achieve things beyond. So, sir, I just don't want to take your time as you make your presentation. Please do continue.
Thank you, thank you. You can see the future of Africa right here. You can see the passion she has. Let's go through a brief introduction. I wanted to give an introduction on how do we apply one of the new technologies we talk about is blockchain. How can I use it in my daily life? What does it mean? How do I apply it? That's the concept I wanted to introduce briefly. So we'll talk about blockchain for business, how it applies for startups. The youth that are here, most of them are startup companies. How do they go about implementing this technology in their day-to-day life? So I am Professor Solomon Nagash. I teach at Kennesaw State University, a suburb of Atlanta, Georgia, in USA. I am here as part of AE Trade. We are working on a health infrastructure in Eastern Africa. We're developing with a health center, cancer center of excellence for the region in East Africa through IGAD. My colleague, Dr. Malaku, is here. He's the brainchild of Dr. Malaku is this program. So we look forward to make that implementation. So AE trade and health infrastructure we're following up is being worked under the AE trade umbrella. So looking forward to that. So with that said, what is blockchain? So I want to talk about what blockchain is. Actually, blockchain is a subset of what we call distributed ledger technology. We will talk about a little bit about that. So blockchain actually came from the name blocks of transactions chained together. So imagine a box that has 1,000 transactions. We call that one block in a computer, maybe 1 megabyte size. So you have those transactions and you connect another 1,000 transactions, another block. So blocks after blocks, that's what's called blockchain, and chains of transactions. So it comes from the basic architecture, the basic technology, which we call distributed ledger technology. What basically that means is, if you're working in accounting, if you have a business, you have a ledger, you have an account, debits and credits, which you keep. That debit and credit, it could be a single accounting system, which you have your own ledger, a double accounting system, which we call debits and credits, or a triple accounting system, which is the blockchain. A triple accounting system would have the debits and credits, which you work with your business, and the public ledger. So ledger is basically a list of transactions on your book. So that's what we're talking about. The basic definition of blockchain is, I have put a trustless transaction platform to exchange asset of value, any asset of value being exchanged. What is trustless? It means it's trusted. Why do we say it's trustless? Because today we need an intermediary to trust. If I sell a house, I don't trust the buyer. I don't know the buyer. I don't trust them. Without an intermediary, a real estate agent, if I wanted to give money for someone, I go through the bank. So we need a trusted third party to do that. Blockchain is trustless. You don't need the intermediary. That's why trustless we say, because without intermediary it works. Blockchain has gone through 3 generations. The first generation, most of you may know, is Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the idea of cryptocurrency. How do we exchange money using the blockchain technology? That was the first generation, but it didn't apply for business, only currency. The second generation was Bitcoin, started in 2008, 2009. In 2015, Ethereum came about with what we call smart contracts. So blockchain started to apply for businesses. Today, Ethereum is very slow. If you think about a credit card transaction, they will do 1,000 transactions per minute. Ethereum does only 20. You can't use it for business. So the third generation are faster blockchain platforms like Hedera, the one I work on in research. So those are now fast enough to be used on a typical transaction processing system. So those are the 3 areas. But I wanted to focus on scenarios, examples that we can use to learn about what is this about. So I picked 7 scenarios. These 7 scenarios are not unique. We just, at the time I was doing this, we selected 7 industries that could be pretty much ready to be disrupted by the blockchain technology. So education, healthcare, aviation, fintech, supply chain, Internet of Things, and governance. We'll talk about each one of those as we go through. Let's take the first one, the example of education. When you graduate from your school, you get a diploma, a certificate. But there are so many fake ones. How do we tell your transcript or your diploma is real? If I want to hire someone that says they graduated in engineering, I said, okay, if you have graduated in engineering or if you graduated in medical school, I want to contact the university you graduated from, ask for your diploma. I'm not going to take a copy from you because I don't trust you. So I have to have an intermediary, a university sending me your original diploma to me. What blockchain can do is avoid all of this. When you graduate, your diploma would be authenticated through the blockchain system, so you would have a code, a unique 64-digit code that it cannot be replicated. That code would be with you. You create a QR code. When you go to your employer, you give them the QR code, they scan it, they directly go to the institution. They get it directly to the institution without the intermediary. So immediately they got your diploma. So diplomas cannot be faked that way. So this scenario that you see describes how education can be transformed using the blockchain technology. I have some additional slides which I'm not going to go over to talk about that. So the second one is, think about healthcare. I'm from Atlanta. In the US, if I go to see a doctor, for x-ray, do this, do that. So I will get a record at my primary physician. They will have a file for me. I go for x-ray. The x-ray, the laboratory would have a file for me. They do the x-ray and they send the information to the doctor. I go to a specialist, another file. It's decentralized right now. Too many people, I have no control. When I want to switch to a different physician, I go to everyone and collect my file. That does not need to happen. With blockchain, what it would do for me is I control my data. I go to my physician, they examine me, the data belongs to me. I go to the lab takes x-ray, I hold the data. I want to switch to a different physician, I disallow the first physician access to my data, I give access to the person I want. So you, the patient, become the center. In this example that you see, is the patient is at the center. The patient controls data. Your data is being sold by the owners for any analysis. If that happens, you gain the profit out of it. You as an individual, if your data is sold, you should be the beneficiary. So blockchain can disintermediate the idea of healthcare. It becomes patient-centric is what it would do. Some more description here, and we'll go to the next one. Today, if you wanted to fly on an airplane, you'll be able to buy a ticket and travel. If your baggage is lost, you have to apply, you have to fill a form and apply for that, and you wait weeks for it to be recovered. If you wanted to transfer your ticket to someone else, well, that someone else would not be able to use it because you have to go in person and transfer that ticket. Actually, there's no transfer today. You cannot transfer your ticket to someone else. But in blockchain, we overcome that because every individual have a unique ID. So when I purchase that ticket, it's mine. When I transfer it to someone else, I give their blockchain ID, so the airline has all the information, their security pass and all that will be embedded in the ticket ID, so that issue will be removed, it could be transferred. My luggage, when I go to the airport, my luggage would be tagged to my ticket. So when I get to the airport, I forget my luggage, I walk out, my phone would beep. It would tell me, oh, your baggage is still there. Because it's tagged to my blockchain ID, it knows where I am. So I can't leave my baggage, so I come back. Anybody else try to take my luggage, it's 50 feet away, it will beep again. So your luggage is going away, you're here. So you would be able to track your baggage and be able to get it easily if you lose it. So that's another advantage, another application it could have. Some more description here. And let's talk about fintech, in a fintech scenario. In a fintech scenario, where you're trying to use, the idea of fintech is financial technology, how technology facilitates this idea of payment. So you would have multiple people connected and being able to produce payment, either using a check or a PayPal, a cash, all kinds of payment. Those payments can be processed and computed, and the result will be produced immediately. Today, if you know about financial transactions, the float amount, the amount of money that is paid to between buyers and sellers to move from banks to the seller, it takes several days at best. So during that time, the interest that the bank collects can be your money. So it doesn't have to be for the bank. So this idea of fintech allows you to be able to facilitate payments using different kinds of payments. I don't need to have my credit card with me. I just use my phone, I can scan my code, it will be able to read. I go to a parking space, I pay for it. I go to eat, I pay for it. Without any card, without any payment interest, without any payment form, that's not form, without any payment system, I will be able to use my phone and make payments. Those things are happening today, and fintech can be further facilitated by blockchain. Another one we can talk about is this idea of supply chain. Supply chain, usually in this example, we talk about business to business supply chain transaction. Multiple supply chain partners transacting between one another. So in that transaction, you can use a smart contract. Let's say I am buying a set of goods, 2 tons of wheat every month, I'm buying from vendor 2. I can set that up in the smart contract. It will say if my inventory goes below 5 metric tons, make sure to order the next batch. So it will be able, I think I lost that. Okay, so it will be able, the smart contract will be able to take out all that transaction. You set up the rules, the business rules. Following the business rules, the two businesses can transact without having to encumber anyone in between. So the idea of blockchain allows business transactions to be faster and better. The next one I want to talk about is IoT. IoT, Internet of Things. Internet of Things in general, it means a bunch of devices that are sensors that are set around the house, around the world, that can collect a lot of data. Let's take in this example. You have a refrigerator at home. Your refrigerator has a device, a sensor that looks at, do you run out of milk? Do you have milk in your fridge? Do you have bread on your counter? It looks at that and just reports yes or no. That is collected and said, it could send you a message, you're low on milk. You need to order milk. Or you have a smart house that you have an IoT in there. Before you get to your house, you can tell it, I'm coming home. Please make the room temperature at 70 degrees. It will do that. It will turn the lights off when I go to sleep. It will do that. So these IoT devices, what we call sensors that are everywhere, can collect a lot of data that could be managed to better your life. So that's another application blockchain can help. The last one I want to talk about is for governance. If you are using it in government, one example we talk about here is voting. If voting is required, how can we use blockchain? First of all, the challenge we have is the identifying who the voter is. If you look at it, election, people are going through election. You want to be able to authenticate who is voting. So the blockchain identifies each individual, would be able to know exactly who they are. So if you know KYC in financial transactions, KYC stands know your customer. You know exactly who you're dealing with if you have a blockchain ID, because that person is fully authenticated and that person is who she said she is. So you know who is voting. And then you set up the rules. I think step 1 is talking about what are we voting about, what rules do we follow, and then the blockchain ID would go, and step number 4, each individual would be authenticated, and then the options for voting will be presented. Each person votes. Not only votes, you can delegate your vote to someone else. The delegated person must have a right to use more than one vote. In a boardroom, that happens, not in a government election. But in a boardroom, that's possible. So this example is in a boardroom. You can delegate your vote. All that happens in a technology supported by blockchain. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to bring up. And then before we go to questions and discussions, I want to turn to my colleague here. She's going to tell us a little bit about her technology exposure, and then we'll go to the question and answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Wow, that was a beautiful presentation. I think I did have an idea about blockchain technology, but I didn't have a vivid knowledge behind it. But I think today, with short space of time, literally brought light. And I noticed that blockchain has everything to do with today's technology. And I think with what I'm going to talk about and my exposure to technology is similar, because I've been exposed to IoT, which has to do with the communication of two devices in two different spaces. Yes, through agriculture, at home, even in our day-to-day activity. We're currently looking into the world of agriculture. We're also looking into the world of accidents. Hence, we're still behind research, so we haven't went worldwide about it or within our country to look into it, but my team back home, we looked into accidents. Now, when Sir talks about blockchain, so what I'm going to tell you on what we're researching is one of our organizations back home. It's called MVA. It has to do with accidents and also giving out people money due to accidents and anything that has to do with accidents in the country. Now, they have, the problem with that, they felt like we can avoid these accidents. What can we do to avoid such accidents? I was given the platform to actually do research behind that. I learned that we can have devices within our vehicles where they can easily be able to not really detect an accident, but bring in the help that is needed within a short period of time. Now, the device that we were researching on had to do with a lot of IoTs. I talk of vibration sensors. I talk of communication sensors. I talk of pressure sensors that can literally try to give people the ability to know that an accident has happened, or the authorized people, when it comes to the safety of the country, to know that an accident has happened maybe at M1, at M2, at a split second. So the idea behind this type of technology was that when two vehicles come into impact, the device is able to communicate with a control room. So the control room receives data. Within seconds, the data that has been received in that unit or in that control room is sent to the authorized people who actually protect the country. I'm talking about the police people, I'm talking about ambulances, because these are the two people that are needed on site when an accident happens. Now, so when we talk of capturing data, when we talk of large data communicating with each other or having to be transferred from one unit to another, blockchain comes in. Which is brilliant, because with technology, one thing I've learned that everything that happens, it links. It's not that I'm saying that the other industrial revolutions didn't really communicate, but with technology, it just makes it super easy. It gives people the ability to even save lives. Because today we talk of people who are exploring the world of medicine in IoTs, which is brilliant, because they're doing surgeries in a different dimension. They are saving lives. People are making differences. People are able to do anything at the comfort of their home. And when we came through with COVID, actually, that's when technology started knocking on African doors, on every part in the world, and people started introducing a lot of diverse ideas when it came to IT, which is brilliant. And for me, an IT, I feel like yes, my mother gave birth to me, but I think also technology gave birth to me, because my mindset, whenever I think of an idea, it's always about technology. It's always about, yes, agriculture, plants, but how about technology in agriculture? Okay, finance. How about finance with agriculture, with technology? When you showed us fintech, which is a brilliant idea, I can't lie, sir. So this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
Thank you. Yes. So we promised you a conversation. So I want to start with a question. When she introduced, my colleague started introducing herself, she introduced herself as young. So I want to start the conversation. What is the generation gap in technology between the young and the vanguard, if you may? So we wanted to have a conversation about that. What do you think?
Well, you know, from what I just saw right now, what you just gave in, I actually saw that, no. Your generation versus my generation, there's pretty much a lot that you know. I thought my elders didn't really have a good picture of what information technology is, but seemingly, no, everyone is well introduced into technology, and I believe it's because of the space we live in. We live in a digital world. Digital world lives in a digital communication center. In our world is our phones. That's our generation.
I want to pause a different view so you can respond to that. She talked about her birth and technology. Let me tell you, when I first saw a computer, I was in college, in engineering college, 4 year in engineering, did not see a computer. We were told in class there is something called a computer. A computer does this. That's all I knew. Up until I worked 3 years, change. So I want you to illustrate for us. You are a digital native, what we call a digital native.
Yes,
How does a digital native take technology? For us, if it is not email, I don't want to use it. So we need the mouse. You do so fast with the phone. So how does it feel being a digital native?
Well, it's amazing. And that has been done through technology. Our audience, whenever we go out to the public, it's our cell phones, it's technology, it's the digital space. That's where we actually communicate with the world and let the world know where we stand. I'd love to make an example with social medias we use. So we use Instagram, we have TikTok, we have Likey and all those. You know, people may say, yes, those type of platforms are just for fun, but not really. Those type of platforms, when it comes to the business world as young people, that's where our market is. That's where we touch base with so many people all over the world. Because I feel like in the past, before all that came through, you knew that if you wanted to make it to the bigger market, you needed a very long path. You had to pass to win the market within where you live, from there your country, from the world, already the world can see. So for us, I feel like we are able to do anything through our online platform, through the knowledge we obtain online, through browsing, through the internet. There's actually, there are memes that they make, but people just think, no, it's for fun. No. There are memes where there's actually a person sleeping, and then after that, a question pops up in their head, and they're like, what would happen maybe if a human didn't have a brain? Like, your brain starts asking you those type of questions. Now, what happens there is that, which is very important when we want to develop the world. It's research is very important. Knowledge is very important. When you learn from other people's experiences, like for example today, someone will be watching me far away. Maybe back home, someone is watching me. They are learning something at a split second because we're actually connected through a network. You know, I feel like when I talk of a network, I feel like it's a family. One person does this, the other person benefits. So for me, that's why I say, you know, our generation and being exposed, we have it all.
Let's bring it home. We're here at a platform representing AE Trade, African Electronic Trade. So we're talking about technology. So Africa is behind. You said Africa is not caught up. So what should we do as Africans? What should we do as young people in Africa? How do we embrace? How do we get ahead? And what do we do?
Well, when it comes to being able to speed up our abilities to reach this world of technology, it's all about doing research. Africa, as my home, Africa is my home. When we look at the technology that is spread around Africa, the continent, versus the other continents are far, very far. Already they are doing brilliant things. Like for example, if we would have I think it's something that's already there. Digital marketing using billboards. It's already being done in different places. But then we bring it here, and then we have the young person improve it. That's what I feel like Africa can do. Take the knowledge, all already the technology that exists, try to learn different ways, blockchain technology, IoTs. How can you implement that now to try and change this type of technology to enhance the digital marketing world? So that's one thing I feel as young people we should start doing. And also one thing I also noticed is that our accessibility to the internet is not good in Africa. I come back home, data is expensive. And if we can introduce if we can introduce a strategy to allow the youth to access internet in Africa, well, believe me tell you, the ideas that you will be seeing from today's even ideas, they will blow you even more. I believe they can make magic, because Africa is believed to copy. No, we don't copy, but we want to learn to implement and improve. That's it. That's all about us. Also, the technology I know, the knowledge I have about technology it already exists. And another thing we noticed is that, you see, when we come up with an idea in Africa, in IT, maybe an idea for something to do with construction, already that idea is being implemented maybe in China already. But because I have the knowledge that in China, this is what they're doing in this space of time, and this is the type of products maybe they're producing under civil engineering, what can I do to improve their type of technology now for my home? Now we're building a competitive development between continents. Because if Africa is going to take a certain type of technology and improve it, I definitely tell you, China won't be happy. They will want to improve that type of technology. And now the world then will be growing under technology. So that's the most important thing for young people, to be given the world of research. We love touching our phones. We love asking ourselves silly questions that literally bring up brilliant ideas. Very simple questions, talking about food. Maybe a young person was sitting at home and saying, I have to walk 3 kilometers to buy food? No. How about I have an app where somebody will bring food to? So these type of ideas are developed because this person sees the online platform, they see websites, they're like, no, I can come up with something, because they are present online. Now, if we're not online, I believe me, I think I could die if I'm not online. I think maybe being offline for an hour, something wrong happens within me. I feel like I'm not ordinary. But once I'm online, I feel like I'm within my world. I feel like I can see things that maybe some other people don't see. I'm in a different dimension, and a lot of ideas run in my head, and I want to improve them. Now, another thing that can also help young people improve the technology or bring in ideas is a helping hand. Giving young people the platform, like AE Trade. AE Trade is doing a brilliant job by trying to bring in young people from different parts of Africa and trying to introduce them into this type of platforms where they will be showing their businesses, showing their ideas. Now that's for networking. They'll be able to network with the world, they'll be able to change ideas and actually learn from each other, because I noticed that I actually saw a lot of ideas from other people, and I said, no, I'm taking that home. I want to use that at home, but in a different way. Let me not copy something that already exists. Let me improve what already exists to actually bring something better to this world and actually make everything, because the whole idea of technology is simplicity, making everything simple. From the comfort of my home, working at home is a lot of people prefer it from the office. Yes, maybe, for example, now COVID made that a little bit, people weren't happy. I'm working from home. No, it's because the concept wasn't well introduced, what it means to work in your own space, being comfortable within your own area. Because being comfortable, first thing, gives you brilliant ideas. You start thinking outside, beyond the box. I think beyond even the universe. You start making up planets that don't even exist because you're in a comfortable space and you're given the opportunity to explore. So for me, that's what I believe young people deserve.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
If anyone in the audience have questions, I will promise to entertain questions. So if you do, just raise your hands. We'll be happy to. In the yes, we have. Can we get a mic over here? Richard has a question. Thank you.
Thank you. So great, loved it. My question would be to Ms. Mafanga. So clearly you're passionate about technologies, and you're absolutely right. The young people are adopting our early adopter technology. That's undeniable. But working in technology and trying to define new solution and do coding, programming on new solution, it is still very much, and across the world, a men's world mostly.
Yes, true.
What would be your advice, or what barriers do you think needs to be brought down so that women can figure out how that they don't have to just use the technology, they can actually transform it and make them better and being more involved in it?
Wow. I love that question because as I introduced myself, the first time that I was well introduced into technology was through the African Girls Coding Initiative. Now, men, no, that's not true. Men haven't taken over the world of coding, and men are not superior when it comes to that world, because so many initiatives, so many organizations, and so many people have proven that no, nobody's superior when it comes to the world of technology. There are many barriers that come within a woman and trying to overcome the world in general. We talk of confidence. That's the first key thing. Once a person is well confident in what they are doing, even if they may be lying, you may think they're telling the truth. A salesperson, when it comes to marketing, if they can literally sell to you a spoon that has already been used by someone else because this person is confident. I think the barriers that women go through is the barrier of confidence. They're no longer confident. Maybe it's because of what happened in the past. But I believe that that's being eradicated. It's being erased. Now, the future says, go get. Everyone has an opportunity. As long as you know what you want, as long as you've done your research, you can be anything, you can do anything, more especially also under coding. Coding is not difficult. It's passion. Like, for example, civil engineering is not difficult. It's passion. Do you love it? Would you love to do something as a woman? Do you have passion? Go get it. Forget about confidence. You'll see that later. But go get it, because that's the first thing you have to do. You have to work with your confidence. You may feel like your idea is not perfect, or you feel like they will look down upon me, the other women, they won't. No, don't worry. No idea in this world is not worth being seen, as small as it is. So I believe that women, the first thing one of the things that most people talk about is confidence, and it's still the key element that has to be strengthened within our field. But when it comes to challenge, when it comes to we're now in the same lane with men, from what I see from the testimonies.
Can we get the mic over there, please?
Hi, I just want to say thank you so much for that presentation. I'm so inspired. I'm so fueled inside from both of you. Now, I work in community where I work with the youth, but it's in slums, like squatter camps, and there's no access to technology or water or any proper. Like I saw you wrote something about the government. How can we then? It was not just about voting, but how do you make sure that the government take this initiative seriously to say that these young people, even like you said, where they are, they can actually get into coding. They can actually get into what they want to do if we have support and encouragement. Yes. So I just want to find out from both of you, how can you get that to this kind of community? That's where I say they are, but there's no proper electricity or proper anything. But I want to make sure that they have access to that kind of stuff. What do we do?
I think you should take this one first.
Okay. Yes, I think you're pointing to a critical question of life. In education, we talk about the first thing that everybody would want to have is food to eat and a shelter to have. If they don't have that, they can't go to the next level. There's a Maslow hierarchy we talk about in business. So if you don't have the basic satisfied, if you don't have food to eat, you won't be able to think of that. But yes, that is true. That's a hindrance to go forward. However, that's something that should not be a hindrance for us to want to do more. So with all the problems we have, with all the poverty, object poverty there is in a neighborhood, in a slum, for example, they can code. I want to follow up with a question with my colleague here. She wants to target 5 to 10-year-olds to code. I want her to talk about that later. But really, if you think about somebody doesn't have to eat, that gives them a profession. You can't depend your surrounding. You have to overcome your surrounding. Yes, the government needs to do more. There is more challenges in life, we know. But that is a cyclical thing that needs to be broken. And the community, to me, I believe most of it is in your head. The confidence she's talking about, the I can do attitude is in the head. Yes, I may not be able to get food. What if I don't get food? I can have maybe leaf. I can find something, dig something, plant something, eat that, and think about tomorrow. Today is challenging, but we need to look beyond today and conquer tomorrow. If we conquer tomorrow, today, which would be tomorrow, would be easier. Yes. If we dwell on today, we will focus on the problems. There is no solution if we focus on the problem, because our mind, it will be blocked to think how to get out of it. The way to do that is, yes, I have a problem today, but let me think about tomorrow. I'm hungry today, but let me think about tomorrow. If I'm hungry, just worrying about it is not going to do anything. At least think about it, how you can get out of it. Share the little I have so I can do better tomorrow. So I think we need to change our attitude, our mindset. We cannot look beyond us. Whatever is not in our locality, we cannot demand or expect anybody to give us. We're responsible for ourselves. So we do need really to think about, if I'm in the slum, if I don't have that, I think give them an insight to think about, you can do better. Yes, you're in a bad position, but you can do better tomorrow. Think about that. Spend some time seeing what you can do tomorrow in your local. Everybody's hungry. What if I bring water and share with them, and they can't give me money, but they can help me build a house or cut a wood for me? So a barter kind of thing may be what they need to do. So I know you're asking a critical question. I'm not giving you an answer. The world wants to tell us aid is the way. Ask for money. Aid is not going to get us anywhere. We do need to find our own solution. Local simplicity and locality is what we need. Within the local community, simple solutions can come from those people who are in object poverty, from those people who live in the slums. Yes. They have ideas. We can't dismiss them. They may be poor, but they're not poor of thinking. I agree. That's challenging. I'll have her talk about it. And in the meantime, I also want to talk about the 5-year. You have a vision. Yes. 5-year-olds, 10-year-olds. Yes. You want to talk about in addition to the idea.
I think to answer her question, you know, when it comes to the government world now, having leaders, it's very difficult for even us Swazis, because, you know, there are a lot of protocols that we have to go through, right? But I believe that the first key thing, you want to code, right? And you love coding, and that's very important. And you want to get young people to start to code. The first key thing is, do you have the knowledge of coding? Do you have people within your small space? It's not about having it big, please believe me. It's having it small. Do you have people in your small space that can do something on a laptop? It's not about only coding, because getting to coding is maybe a little bit far. It's okay, but you have to start somewhere. Getting somewhere is by starting very little. Now, if you have someone who can already touch the laptop, teach the young people that. Have one laptop and teach 20 young people. Don't worry, but do you know what else do you need? You need an online presence. Do you talk to the world? Do you actually talk to the financial world? Because we have a lot of platforms today that actually help fund those type of projects with the right type of images, with the right type of testimonies from the young people that you will be teaching. There's nothing that makes me happy having a young person that said, I couldn't do it. I didn't even want to do it, but I did by just touching a laptop. You see, you didn't start with the actual code, numbers and stuff, and building this big idea, but you started with the most simplest thing, letting them touch a component of a laptop. Introducing them to the world of IT is not about codes, it's not about IoTs for young people, but it's to introduce them to the simplest, even a cable. Telling them that, you see this cable can do this. And with that, you're literally installing some type of intrinsic motivation to say, I want to know more. And once that happens, and now you also have an online presence, now you guys will be building up upon, you're building yourself as a leader. First, you have to lead them. You have to know your story. No matter how much the obstacles will literally hinder that. A lot of young people have been killed because they have the brilliant idea. Yes, I know resources are very scarce. They are. In Africa, they're very scarce. And in most communities, when it comes to women, some of these communities don't even look at women. But the first thing is first, be confident in what you want. Teach them this litless. It doesn't mean you have to have a big 3,000 laptops teaching 4,000. No, 20 young people with the first laptop, teaching them and showing them. It's all about intrinsically motivating them and then having an online presence. And then what I'm telling you is that there'll be a young person that will surprise you. They will code for you. Once they code for you, you'll show the world. The world will come. Don't worry, the world will literally come. And once you continuously try to push your idea, no matter to anyone, no matter even if it's going to your community centers and having meetings and they don't even care or they don't even look into it, but someone one day, keep pushing. Just keep pushing the idea. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. There's someone looking. There's someone, and people don't come. You go to them. You talk to them. You knock on their doors until they get annoyed. But with testimonies, you'll be literally showing them that, look, I have a young person here, and this young person just built something that can help you with your with aircrafts. How about that? And look where I come from. Now you'll be building yourself a bigger audience, by the way, with that, because they'll be going like, oh, so people from these type of backgrounds think with that type of capacity. How about we have a facility there? How about we introduce these young, that's it. Have your audience online. That's what I always believe on, because I'm an online person and the online world is where I normally do everything. Then do that. Because, you know, knocking at the government's door, it's a lot of work, a lot of protocol, a lot of, we don't have money. A lot of, we will help you, but they will not help you. Nobody's looking into your idea, but go get your audience. Because there's someone maybe from Italy that is looking to, oh, Africa, I want to invest, but I want to start small. This young person says they have a coding type of foundation. Let me go help them establish a bigger foundation in Africa. Then, boom, a greater idea comes through. So, yes, I hope, again, that's
so
good.
I wanted to add, if someone doesn't have something, food to eat, how do we expect them to code? Let me just suggest, the idea of coding is thinking logically. So they can learn that. You can just draw on earth, on the floor, just with your hands if you don't have any chalk or any blackboard. So thinking logically is what coding is. So the logical thinking can happen. So what I'm saying, what my colleague is saying is intrinsic motivation. You have to be motivated to say, I can do it. The go-get-it attitude. That it starts with the individual attitude. I cannot do it. I need someone to help me. That's a defeated attitude. The intrinsic motivation says, I can do it. You instill that in the youth, in the slums. Once they have that, you can use your hand and the floor to just talk about logical thinking, and then maybe there's a library that they can go to. If not, someone can loan you a phone or a computer that you can show them for 50 kids. Maybe there's 2, there is 10. So you grow from that, but it starts with intrinsic motivation.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, that's
Any
very
other
true.
comments, questions? So in conclusion, would you like to comment about this? Where do we start teaching people coding?
Okay, when it comes to coding, let's first start with the age. Coding, I was introduced to coding, I was in, back home they say it's Form 4, but most people know it as grade 11. That's when I was how old? I was 17. So they started introducing me to coding, and definitely tell you, I didn't really care because I was like, no, I can't do this. But then once I saw the women behind it too, I was like, oh, a lady can do this. The confidence, the leadership behind it. Then I said, why did they start at 17? How about the 5-year-old? Because I believe that a 5-year-old versus a 35-year-old, the best person who can process well is a 5-year-old. That person is happy. There's nothing stressing them. Hence, it means their growing abilities can be well enhanced with the right type of structure. So for me, I actually had a small conversation with Mom Treasure Mapanga. So we talked about, I told her about a small idea that I have for back home, where we want to introduce technology coding to young people in primary level, where we even have it as a class, where a young person is saying, no, I'll be going for my IT class, my coding class. And you may ask, codes have big things, big elements, and it's going to be hard. No. Now, with the coding industry, or the softwares used in coding, there are many block coding that has been introduced. We talk of Scratch. Scratch is a block type of coding way, which is fun. I enjoy it, even if it may look all colorful and pink and purple, but it's fun because it uses codes, and the codes already exist on the blocks. The world. And not only that, when it comes to coding, the key thing is that you should follow the 17 SDG goals. Now, the 17 SDG goals are, I believe, they are the world's guideline to a better future. Now, introducing this coding idea to young people, and then also introducing the 17 SDG goals to these young, what comes out? What magic will come out? Because a young person, and it's colorful, that's a beautiful thing about these SDG goals when you look at them. Now, I'm talking about a young person looking at it, a young person from maybe an age of an 8-year-old. 8-year-old people love colors. They love playing with games and whatsoever. Now, the colors on the SDG goals that were made, I believe that, young people love to say, my favorite color is pink. Now, a young person says, my favorite color is blue, and maybe the young person will see one of the SDG goals that has to do with blue, and they say, I want to do something now. I want to solve that problem with a code, but under Scratch. I want to see what happens. Maybe let me build a machine that can fly, maybe they have a sick mother, fly my mom to one hospital and back. Now, you see the level of thinking that we want to introduce? This is very critical thinking. But to the child, it seems just for fun and just for jokes. So that's the most important thing. Giving children a guideline, but within their space. Don't go all hard, because that's the thing. When I looked at this idea of mine, I said, what if I go hard? No. But introduce the right elements. Introduce the small things. Because back home, there's in most, not the private schools, I just go to, because we have a lot of government schools. Even an 18-year-old that is during grade 12 will literally take computer class as free period. And so, oh, it's computer time, I ain't going anyway. Oh, this is fun. They don't take it serious, but they don't know that it's literally knocking. It's already there. The fourth industrial revolution is by the door. They have to look into it. There are jobs now being introduced under IT, and they pay really well. Young people are really interested into it, and maybe it might be too late for them to introduce. But if you introduce yourself from a really, really early stage, believe me, tell you, we might have brilliant ideas. And the fourth industrial revolution being the last industrial revolution in the world. So, so I believe. Yes, thank you.
As we close, I wanted to make a blanket statement. Technology is a poor man's profession. I say that because if you wanted to be a doctor, a medical doctor, you need a surgical room, you need equipment, you need a large institution. If you want to be an engineer, you need a lot more things in order to succeed. As a technologist, as a computer programmer, you need yourself, and that's it. You don't need any additional resources other than the motivation and the small tool to get access to the internet. Beyond that, there is no investment needed from you. You can create your own profession, and lucrative and good paying jobs can come to your door, knocking at your door. You don't have to go looking for a job. People would seek you out because you are doing something. So I want to declare that it's a poor man's profession, a well-paying profession that I would encourage you all to think about. In conclusion, I would like to ask my colleague to share. We are an e-trade platform.
Yes.
What has it done for you? If you wanted to share your experience about e-trade to the audience, I would appreciate that.
Yes. Well, first thing, when it came to the AE trade, it's funny how I even got to be introduced into it, because you know, sometimes I say luck happens. You know, you're out of luck. So, Mom Treasure, the COO of AE Trade, we share the same surname.
AE Trade stands for
Yes,
African Electronic Trade.
Yes. So. We share the same surname. So apparently she went to Addis and met Mom Leti Chiwara, the UN, the CEO of UN Women. And they had a conversation, and Mom Leti actually asked her about me and asked if we were related. That's when I was then introduced into the AE trade. Through, yes, luck a little bit, but also the knowledge behind maybe having the United Nations. Now, when I was introduced to the AE trade, I just met Mom Treasure a few months back, and she then told me that, you know, just learn more about the AE trade, know about it. I looked into it. I saw a lot of incredible things. I looked at the world of networking that comes within AE trade, and I said, this is the initiative that I need. This is the world that will literally take one business in Swaziland, take it to the States. Through the, I don't even, that person doesn't even have to move there, but through the AE trade, they can. Even through this type of platforms, people are literally networking, and it's incredible. It's all done by the AE trade. And looking into it, I was really happy to say that, oh, now I'm part of it, and I can see a lot of amazing ideas that will come through, and I can't wait to work with them, because I was just introduced a few months back, and Mom gave me an opportunity to come here. She wasn't want to say, no, you know what, come here. See what you can do. Talk to the people if you have to. And when I got here, I was actually, it was incredible, because I'm doing more. I'm talking to young people. I'm being introduced to incredible people in the world. And it's because of the AE trade, which is giving a lot of young startups, a lot of old businesses that are growing, the ability to grow within the network of the internet, which comes in the E trade, which is networking within the internet world. You know, giving people the online presence that they deserve. Website talking about empowering businesses to go online. Now that's very important, because some people don't see it important to literally introduce themselves into the online platform. They're like, who's going to look? Who's going to go to my Facebook boring page that has to do with soap? The AE trade empowers that. They give young people the ability to look into that. They give young people the knowledge that through that, you're literally introducing yourself to a bigger, brighter platform that will take you from one position to the next. So yes, that's all I can say about the AE trade.
Thank you. With that said, for listening, and we wish you farewell.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
job.
you very much,
Good
sir.
job.
Yes.
Good job.
Lovely.
You did an excellent job.
Thank you very much.